Alright, welcome, lady lads and gentle lads, to yet another installment of the ongoing attempt to complete the last two missions of the Brigador campaign. My name is Smastian, and once we're done with these two missions, I think I'll just go start purchasing lore and reading it out loud. Anyway, just to get us back on track with where we were, I'll do a readout of the previous mission log, just so we're back on the same footing. And so, as I step in vain, SNC analysts may have underestimated opposition force concentrations in the current area of operations. The Corvids have proven especially resilient in reorganizing after engaging both Loyalist forces and Brigador elements. As a result, intel reliability in this area is below actionable thresholds. We are pulling you out. Exfiltrate via the Maitland Commercial Spaceport, provided a tug is available. If you are unable to secure transport, exit via the district gates and the SNC will reroute you in the following mission. In either case, remove the marked targets before exiting. And as before, I think the way to tackle it is in the Hiseki, because this thing actually has automatic fire and force disabling properties. So let's give it a good go. Alright, come on. Target all the things, make sure nobody really flanks us. Get the hang of how our weapons fire all over again. Most of what I'm doing in here is a holding action at this rate, because holy hell. And I wasn't able to do it. Got lost. Couldn't figure out what was going on, but we'll try again. Okay, let's get these boys. Let's get it all done and over with. Alright, okay. Okay, we got this, guys. So far, so good. Yep, we notice the guys trying to flank us, and we act accordingly. So far, so good. Now that we've managed to clear all of that out... Oh boy. Okay, okay. We are in a good position still. We still have all of our health. Somehow. I think we'll do just fine and dandy for the time being. Remember, slow and steady is the way we win this race. I thought I was going to be able to destroy you in other ways. Turns out that wasn't exactly a viable option in retrospect. I thought I could EMP those guys, turns out I didn't. Regardless. We are making strides. We are making Jamaican strides. We're just going to kill these guys the good old-fashioned, they're not going to fire at us way. We still have to wait for our EMP to come off cooldown, so things we're going to be waiting for. We're doing pretty alright on aggroing enemies, all things considered. We're not pulling too many of them. So things are actually going reasonably well. I'm glad I don't have terribly many spotters who are able to really catch us out. That much is nice. Also, let's not stand in our own chemical spray. That's bad. That was not what I wanted to do. That is, to a degree, what I wanted to do. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's what we're out of now. So far, so good. We're actually doing a lot of good clearing. And not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, next order of operations is going to be, destroy the big gun while we're here. Anyway, I may have caught myself a bit out of position here. So much so, in fact, that I killed myself with my own chemical spray. Excellent. That was good. Let's try again. I don't like the fact that I have to do this mission again, because it's a bit of a pig, not gonna lie. Okay, come on. EMP is almost off a cooldown, but I don't quite need it just yet. Alright. Yes, but I would like to kill the things I'm shooting at, though, you know? Damn it. I had to eat a suicide bomber to the face, unfortunately. Don't know how that happened, but it did. Get out my face, get out my face. You too. No place for suicide bombers in my area. Don't want it. And now we've attracted the horde, supposedly. Okay, okay. Yep, this was too much. I attracted too much attention with that. We'll try another one. It might be a bit of a time before we actually get ourselves into a position where we are fully comfortable dealing with my plans for doing a lore reading for you guys today. That might have to wait a bit. But so far we're actually doing pretty good. We haven't dipped into our proper health reserves. Alright, excellent there. Yeah, we're still doing alright. We're still doing okay. Not quite as healthy as I'd like to be, but we're still healthy. Still healthy is the word. Okay. So now that that's been taken care of... Damn it. Did not want to take suicide bombers to my rear. Okay. Yep. Alright. We're still doing pretty okay on ammunition. Okay, we are doing pretty okay on health now. Doing pretty okay on health. Ammunition is also topped up. And anyway, how you doing, chat, today? Oh, there's only a couple of you in here, but always nice to have a chat. Ain't that right, chat? Nice to have a chat. Okay. Okay. I thought something would explode there, but it didn't. Ah, dang. Wasn't able to get the ammunition quite in time. Damn it. So far, we're still okay on health. We're not biting off too much more than we can actually chew. Which means we're doing fine. Just fine. Yeah. Okay. That was a bit too close there to things that I didn't want to be close to, but that's fine. That's fine. We still managed to solve that situation. Alright, we are doing okay still. Still okay. Oh my god. Right, we will disengage from that scenario and set up some sort of ambush so that we may replenish our dwindling health reserve, which is currently a bit of a big ask. You get away from me. So do you. All this hit-and-run tactics, though, it's really, really taking a toll on me. Much as I'd like to deal with those turrets, I'm not going to, because I remember what happened the last time I tried to. Okay. Okay. Well, that's where we have big boys, and I don't think I want to be dealing with big boys quite yet. I mean, our objective is to kill captains, I know. But those are really big captains, and I don't want to be dealing with really big captains right now. Oh, god damn it. Okay. A bit more health damage than I would have liked, but okay. Never mind, never mind, never mind. I'd like to know how he didn't get EMP'd to death. That's my major question. In fact, it's a pretty big question. Like, how did he not manage to get yeeted there? Well... Okay, we need to find a good source of shields for us. Oh, Christ. I mean, that'll help, certainly. That'll certainly help. Now, how many substations? It is just the 2. Well, we will just scramble a little bit, you know? Have a bit of a George Scrambleopolis. Hey, you get away from me, thank you. I keep forgetting that I have the area of effect attack, which really is hampering my ability to do well. Okay. Uh-oh. That was a thing that wasn't supposed to get activated. Well, this is now very awkward. Awkward but acceptable, I think. Uh-oh. No, that was big, that was bad, I don't like it. Okay, nearly died, nearly died. Okay, we have to be playing real cautious now. Okay. I mean, still trying to play it cautious. For some reason. I don't like how big the gun is that was firing at me. But we managed to get out of that situation more or less unscathed. I wish there was some place where I could just recharge shields as a matter of course. But so far, I don't know of such a place. Nope, 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 just die though, just die though, just die though, just please die, please die, please die, please die, please die, please die, god damn it, why weren't they dying? No. It is painful. This mission is very painful. Okay. Damn it. Alright. There's our shield recharge. We are just going to have a lot of this to deal with all of a sudden. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, we are still in a good way. Is that good? Sounds good to me. Okay, cool. Well then, chat, welcome to me trying this mission again for the upteenth time. We were just here mere moments ago, but we're back at it again. So, hi. How you been doing? We're at least managing to do this mission with a minimum of health loss off the start, which is a good thing. But aside from that, I mean, things sort of just progress or don't. It depends, really. So far, so good. We have figured out the algorithm for how to make this mission work. Okay, we nearly had an alarm to deal with. Nearly. So far, we are still doing well. Not quite as much HP as we'd like to have at this point in time, but we'll take it. Alright, so far, so good. Still doing rather poorly on our ability to acquire, shields, but it's a decent place to be. Just gotta clear out the campaign. Gotta clear out the campaign, and then we can finally get down to brass tacks, which is to say, a lore reading. Which I know for a fact some people are definitely interested in. Oh, hello. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. Aha, he was behind me. Okay. Oh, come on now. Slow and steady, chat. Slow and steady. Just gotta take our time with it. Take your time, have a sip of wine. We are actually in a pretty bad way all of a sudden because I was facing the wrong way and I got flanked by enemies I wasn't expecting to show up from a specific flank. Great. 10 out of 10. Let's try this nonsense again. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I really do not have much of an appreciation for the suicide motorcycles, though. The suicide mopeds I can do without. God damn it. Very cool. I think we'll try going south this time rather than going immediately north. Damn it. I wasted the EMP. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad. Whenever you waste the EMP, it's bad. And, there you go. Okay. We're not in the worst of positions so far. I mean, it's not a great position either, but it's not the worst. I really dislike how much armor these killdozers have. It is so much. It's a lot. But so far, clearing the south has been almost as enjoyable as clearing out the north. A bit more treacherous, but Well, you know, you make do. You make do, you succeed or don't. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick, relaunch of chat, see if I'm missing anything, and yep, I was! So yeah, here I was thinking again, chat wasn't talking to me, but no, it's just YouTube being a shit. Anyway, oops, caps, no shields for you, and ouch, and that is from Zelix, if I'm not mistaken. That is your handle on the Discord, I believe. No, 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 you're not calling friends. Oh my god, these barracudas. Fish, get out of my face. Okay, so far, more or less good. Not bad, not great. Alright, so that's that taken care of. I also believe this is the communications tower. Yeah, I had to deal with that. No way around it. Oh no. Perfect. And now we're actually at a pretty good health level, all things considered. Cool. Oh look, a suicide bike. And here I was thinking to myself, man, I'm missing suicide bikes. I'm missing them a lot. I haven't seen a suicide bike in forever. I almost want them to run into me again. And yeah, I seriously need more DACA in this vehicle. I don't have it, but I need it. That said, there is one thing I would like to do, and that is to go and clear out that north now. Yeah, I'm not even going to waste my machine gun ammo in these small fry, because more important things need to be addressed. Chiefly, my lack of machine gun. I don't know if that was a good idea. Well, it caught somebody's attention. Okay. Not kosher. In fact, that was maximum salt. And somehow I still, despite the fact that the poison cloud supposedly was no longer around, I still took damage. So I think I'm just going to die here, because I decided it was a good idea to fire at a gun that I wasn't supposed to fire at. And no, I don't want their hugs. They can shove their hugs where the sun don't shine. Oh no, that was a suicide bomber right into my butt. Okay, cool. I'm actually going to clear this area first. Wishful thinking such as it may be, this is the area I want to clear first. Okay. Okay. North first, south second. That's fine. Alright, so we'll leave exploding the big buildings for later. For now, we'll content ourselves with exploding the small ones. No, you get away from me. You too. You too. The one major misfortune of this mission is that our enemies do a lot of damage. And they have access to a lot of suicide bombers too, which is not good. So anyways, Zelix, how you doing? Oh, hello. Get away from me, though. Like, you are being primo annoying. Also, I love getting caught on terrain and suddenly losing all of my health because I get caught on terrain. Yeah, we're gonna deal with that in that way. Man, you had a lot of health. Well, face tanking is alright too, so long as you don't die. Drinking scotch and relaxing. Well, I'm drinking wine, trying to relax, and then being eminently aware of the fact that I have work tomorrow. Okay, so far so good on this front. Excellent. Now, in terms of clearing this area out, we are still actually doing pretty alright in that respect. We're remembering we're effectively playing World of Tanks, which means armor angling is actually important. Uh-oh. Slight dislike for the fact that our enemies are able to get their shots off. Uh-oh. Even after they die. Okay, so far so good. Oh, bad. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Those things have a lot of health, those things have a lot of damage. Let's deal with them. And I think they're dealt with. Good. Now, for the real objective that I wanted to get involved in here, destroying the substation. Because holy shit. Don't want to deal with the substation. Okay, cool. Those guys are dead. That guy's soon to be dead. That guy's dead. We're alive. We're alive and doing quite well, thank you, as a matter of fact. So far, so good. Right. Now, before I further embroil myself in this campaign to destroy everything, gonna casually destroy some civilians, run into a wall and do nothing. And, yeah. Alright. Now, we're not destroying the gun immediately, despite the fact that we basically... Cool, thank you for being a mobile health sponge for us. Alright. Keeping it fresh with the memes. Uh-oh. That wasn't supposed to happen. That was actually a bit of a bad move. We're just going to try to EMP our way out of this situation. And so far, we were successful at it. Matter of fact, this is probably the most successful we've been so far. Now, so that we do not get cocky, and so that I don't have to deal with the turrets, so far I think I've found the equilibrium point. I think my risk-reward centers have maximized. And you know why? You know why they're WNH1? Because on Friday, and I don't think you've heard this story yet, but I was playing a Battletech RP. And, DM sent some folks to assassinate us while we're on a guard deployment. Or a garrison deployment, defending some manufacturing facilities. Doesn't quite matter. All you gotta know is Comstar is on our ass all of a sudden. So, they send a guy into the tent that me and the commander are sleeping in, and somehow both of us roll the exact same margin of success on our perception check, and we immediately wake up, notice that something is wrong, know where it's coming from. I jump the guy, but I miss my martial arts roll. He kicks me in the chest as a reaction, at which point he shoots me in the leg because he still had an initiative phase. My commander runs out of the fucking tent like a little bitch in order to call for help. And I get taken hostage when one of the guys who was standing guard in a battle mech notices on heat sensors that I'm suddenly getting knocked on my ass, and there's a gunshot inside the tent. So, rational human being that he is, decides the best way to resolve this situation is to fire a medium laser right beside the tent, or south side of the tent where this guy entered from, in order to spook him. Turns out, Hugh gets spooked, picks me up by the neck, and tells me to start telling everyone to stand down, power down their mechs, and so on and so forth. I win the initiative phase, and I tell him to go fuck himself, he can do the screaming. So he does. At this time, the two guys who are in the mechs decide, no, we're not gonna power down. One of them gets out with a .50 caliber assault rifle and starts sneaking his way around the side of the tent, which, by the way, has no windows open. Everything is closed. And shoots my assailant in the shoulder, blind fire, while he's holding me. Goes in one shoulder and out the other, he screams, at which point, Medium Laser Boy decides, you know what, that wasn't quite close enough. I think, with surgical precision and good aim, I can hit this guy, cook him, and keep my buddy alive. He rolls a 12, which, it's a D6 system, so basically a nat 20. Bam. Shoots just close enough that, at that point, this man is getting cooked alive with nuclear oven levels of temperature. Due to his body being in between me and the medium laser, I get out unscathed except for a nearly melted elbow. And I make a roll for PTSD, and I succeed so dramatically that not only do I not get PTSD from this man getting cooked alive behind me, I also apparently enjoyed it tremendously. Welcome to role-playing games, everybody, where the funnest shit happens and your DM cries forever because he can't kill you. Even when the cards are in his favor. It was so good. So good. Anyway. So now that we've resolved this situation as best we could, we are in a bit of a predicament. Now then. Alright, it's time to funnel everybody into a choke point. So speaking of nuclear ovens, I'm gonna call that move the gas chamber. Anyway. You gotta love it. Merc life. Forever. Anyway, now that we've gotten our enemy's attentions... Okay. If you aren't willing to come to me, I am going to destroy you on my own time. And so I did. And so yeah, I've been telling this story for the past 2 days, and I love it. It's so good. That story makes me so impossibly happy. Okay, come on, come on. GG, mission done. We got him, boys. And so with that settled, bam. We just have one more ammunition depot to deal with, and then we go to an exit. Because this mission, fucking finally, is done. Oh yeah, sure, why not? We'll kill some civilians, just for good measure. Dump every single last round of ammunition. Well, no. Let's not be that stupid. I don't actually know what waits for us at the exit. So... yeah. See? They broke the leg. It's not quite ready to go. We gotta keep moving. We gotta keep moving on to the final mission of the campaign. What's it got in store for us? Corvid Claret. Speaking of claret, let's take another sip of my, empty wine glass. And, yes. Hello, Izzy. I see, you saw me recount the story of, well... Okay, look, first off, Graven, it's not so much we didn't try to upset Comstar, it's more... Thanks to my espionage past, or my character's espionage past, we got accidentally dragged into a Comstar raid on a periphery outpost, which I was desperately trying to avoid, but unfortunately, due to the tides of fate and RNG, somehow my ex-spook buddies found me and decided that, yeah, no, it's totally fine that this guy's gonna be going up against Comstar with his dudes. It's okay. Besides that, for the most part, they're not using Lost Tech, is the hope. If I see, and Izzy, if I see even one Gauss rifle on the field, I quit. I quit. Alright. Final mission. I will be what I am. The Noose Titans. The SNC no longer can guarantee accurate intel for your contract. This is a regrettable lapse on our part. Further hazard pay authorization has been requested on your behalf. We have reasonable certainty of an alternate exfiltration route. You are just outside of Coranum Parish, a densely populated urban district of Solo Nobre. Despite heavy fortifications, Coranum features a unique, large-scale outer district wall gate. Destroy the gate, control substations and power generators to exfiltrate Solo Nobre. We will make additional arrangements for you once you have escaped the city. Good luck, Brigador. Oh good, there won't be any Gauss. Fantastic. Once more in the Hiseki, because I don't want to deal with, anything artillery-related. Okay, look, we have to squish the civilians. Also, why do I get the idea that in this mission I'm supposed to die? Meow. Squish. Squish. Well, so far I see military, just infantry units. And those are loyalist forces. Because of course I'd be seeing massed loyalist forces right about now. Okay. Well, that thing had a lot of health. Didn't appreciate that. Okay, communication tower down. Glad I went this way. Seems some aircraft have fallen prey to loyalist counterattack. Okay, it didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to, but that's fine. And excuse me, do those artillery shells track? I'd like to know how those things hit me. Lol. Okay, so far, you know, bad start to the mission. Not terribly great, but it's okay. And, you know, at some point you might get whispery ASMR fixes. Just not quite yet, because I still have this campaign mission to deal with. And, oh my, look at this logjam. I really hope this mission is more flavor than challenge, though, honestly. Really, I do. Although, hold on, watch this. Don't know if it was worth it, but it was funny. Good, no alarms. No alarms. So far, so good. Oh, that was right behind... Oh, okay. Okay. We're not doing awfully. Worth all the while. Okay, get me out of there. And alarm finally goes up. They're on to me, boys. Crap, I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Okay, so far so good. At least there won't be terribly large amounts of suicide bombers, I hope. Ah, that's the guy that got me. That's where the alarm went up from. Okay, well then. So like I said, so far so good. And yeah, I'm doing my best not to neglect the EMP. I just love the sound of the brrt so much that I often forget I have tactical options. And I mean that seriously. I really love the sound of the weapons in this game. It is very satisfying. Alright, I think I've swept that entire area for any targets of value. So I shall continue my advance. He fell for the old homing shells. Oh boy. Oldest trick in the book. I think what happened is they fired at me while I was in one of the positions and I moved back into it by accident. So really, I've only got myself to blame, but I won't admit it because I'm a gamer. Oh, hello. I think it's a bit much. Whatever I'm dealing with here, it's much. Pick up all of that. Okay, once again, EMP'd. Oh Christ, Gauss cannon. Right, the way we deal with Leviathans is we GT the fuck O, and, pretend we don't exist for some time. You know, in terms of 40k, I'm, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm sort of a Space Marines fan. What can I say? I'm a human supremacist. Oh crap, they still knew I existed. I don't like it. Probably shouldn't have fired like that. Should not have. Well, they knew where I was, but will they know where I will be? I will content myself with the squishing of civilians for the time being. Nope. Couldn't quite get around him in time. And also couldn't quite make it through that building in order to be able to do so. Should have done that a different way. Okay. Well, now that we know what to expect... I think we'll have to take a more direct fire approach, so to speak. And, already I'm regretting my decisions. Okay, at least we didn't, rouse the horde. So there's that to consider. Damn it, I missed. I wanted to run him over. I missed, though. Well, at least we haven't taken direct health damage so far. He says when suddenly faced with a land-based anti-ship torpedo, of all things. That was a bit far. That was a bit far. And, yeah, we came out of that with our health intact, I think. Really, the major thing I'm trying to avoid is hitting myself with my own tear gas. That's the big one. So far, no chilly sleepy vibes until I can finish this mission. That is the objective, and then we can do lore reading. Okay? That's how we're gonna handle it. Primary objective, complete the campaign. Secondary objective, read lore. Okay, whatever. Oh, hello. Well, I dealt with him from range. Not quite the way I wanted to, but I did. I dealt with him. He's dead. Alright, and we're still more or less fine on health. Still no alarms raised, which is good. Oh, yes, you're behind me. I see what the problem is. Okay, we got our influx of, Alright, that's good. So yeah, you'll just have to wait, WNH1. That is all. Cool. We got the big boy. Okay. Damn it. Again, getting caught on my own tear gas. Always a fun time. Okay, now the big Doom Tower is over there. Let's avoid it for the time being, even. I mean, if someone wants to challenge me, I will take the challenge. Okay. Simply because I really hate these little guys. And I mean, I hate them a lot. A lot. Now, some may call what I just did a bit foolish, and I agree with them because I suddenly got myself caught on terrain I didn't want to get caught on. And so we will die. We'll just die. We'll die because I'm bad at terrain. Okay. Let's try this again. I liked the way I did it the first time round, which is just clear it section by section. Like I said, clearing it section by section. Beautiful. can be dead. I keep forgetting just how much damage that run right into them attack does. Because it's pretty powerful, and I should be using more of it. Still a better driver than Kibbs? Well, I mean, you know. In his defense, he was a lot drunk, okay? He was just very drunk. Severely inebriated. Okay. Right, we're taking this one a bit slower and steadier. Ah, yes, I totally forgot that you exist. Oh my god. I love it. I love it. I actually hate it a lot. Whatever, I can outrange them. And so long as you can outrange them, you can win. I just want to be absolutely certain I'm not leaving any stone unturned, leaving any enemy undead. They just all have to be not alive. Or to put it another way, they should, quite frankly, unlive. Yeah, I'm just gonna crush him to death. Okay. Also, last I checked, Kibbs does actually have very, very bald tires on his car. Very bald tires. Very. Okay. So because an alarm was called in more or less this sector, I'm... Well, I suppose this answers the question I was going to have on my mind, which is how best to tackle the idea of destroying all these things. Ah. Uh-oh. Couldn't quite get the run-up I wanted, so well, I get to pay the price, I guess. okay. I guess it was worth it. I guess. Damn it, I actually got hit by one of those. Oh yes, kill that, kill that. I want its health. Thank you. So we got the health. We got the health right back. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, stinky. Cool. So they were dealt with. They're dead. I don't have to worry. Very good. Kawaii desune. Okay, now we're just like... Now it's just wanton destruction. Wanton destruction, i.e. we're destroying Szechuan province. Okay, so we have our machine gun depot, which is good. I could have sworn there... Yep, there it is. I was about to leave you behind, and I didn't want to do that. After all, friends don't leave friends behind. So what is next? Okay, while I'm here, I will actually stock up on full MG ammo. Because, screw me if I'm going to get caught in a position where I don't have ammo again. And speaking of getting caught with your pants down, holy hell is that a lot of units over there. So how are we thinking of handling this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm getting caught in my own smoke. I'm purple hazing myself. But that's fine. Suddenly it all turned out fine. That was sort of a poor engage, not gonna lie. Oh, hello, you were still alive. Alright, we will take the engage right here instead. Oh my. Oh my. Okay, okay. We are doing phenomenally well. I think I've figured out how to not suck at this game. And because I've figured that out, he says as he whiffs his shot. And again. Oh, whatever. Right, how many more substations? That was 2 of 4, you say? Good. Losing a bit of health, but that's okay. And again, bricking it. Just goddamn bricking it. Well, that was one of them that was taken out really cool. We're still keeping our health about us, sort of. Okay, we're attracting the attention. Okay. Oh, that's cool. That's a turret. We don't like turrets. So, I mean, most of this city is goddamn destroyed. Also, welcome to Urban Defense. Also, thanks. It's not quite bullet hell. It's more stealth, by the way, WNH1, asking if this is a bullet hell. Because constantly moving is the best strategy to stay alive, sort of. There's a noise mechanic in this game, which I quite haven't gotten the hang of yet. And, well, bye-bye, MG Depot. You served me well. And thanks on the good luck there, by the way. Izzy. Pleasure to have had you. Always nice to see one of the RP lads popping in for a spell. Right. I still have to kill 2 things, and I don't like this. Okay. Well, I can outrange all of the things, so I should be able to just do this. I have a weird feeling I was about to get hit by artillery. Alright. Slow and steady, guys. Winning the race. Alright. We head to the exit now. Down the main fucking street. I'm more than a little bit scared. But we did it. Hoo-wee. Well then. The clickety-clap of my 20mm autocannon is what alerted the guards. And now that we've completed the campaign, I believe acquisitions is the thing to do. And there's a bunch of lore we can now start purchasing. And I'll get right into all of this. All of it. But first, and I mean, operations. This is how we unlock more contracts, equipment, vehicles, pilots. But what we're interested in is intel and lore. Is there a light, powerful bandit ship? Asks WNH1, and the answer is yes. So the whole point of the pilots here, for example, is, here's your basic bitch pilot, and here's a bunch of other guys, and you'll notice their stats. Precursor James, start difficulty max, max difficulty is max, increase per level 0. Victory bonus is a straight million payout. And then you have a minimum and maximum payout multiplier of ×5 enacted on this guy. Next, I believe, again, payout multipliers. Where's the smallest vehicle? The buckler we have access to. Tanks, loyalist, mechs. let's take a look at the Mongoose, for example. Payout multiplier is 3 times. It's a small vehicle, has small forward speed, is pretty bad all around, but rotates like a motherfucker. But there's something else I'm thinking of. I believe it is Aggrav. We don't care about Aggrav vehicles. Tank. Dragon. Broken Heart. Nickel. Party Van. Or Varlet. Oh yeah, so this is a... basically a technical... moped. Payout multiplier is 10 times. That's the difference. And if you want ice creams with rocket launchers, that's the party van. That's the party van right here. But we'll get into all of that another time. So anyway, we'll get started on this whole lore business in just a moment. First, I'm going to get myself something to drink, because my throat is getting increasingly dry, and we don't want that to happen while I'm going to be doing reading. So, see you in a bit. Alright. I have returned. I am back, as they say in the business. And no, I didn't leave on a beer run. I had to, deal with the dog, which nobody wanted to take out of the house for a poop run. So, it was a poop run. So, yeah. No, I will not be the kamikaze bike to address Zelix's earlier question. Use chapstick to prevent lip smacking. Well, chapstick does not prevent hip smacking. A mobile mujahideen mobile. No. Well, beer ASMR isn't happening because I am going to be going to work tomorrow morning. Stops, chugs whole bottle of wine. So guys, let me grab a drink. BRB opens fridge, chugs 3 more bottles. Yes, sure. Yes, I have to drive across the entire country for the perfect wine distilled in Nova Scotia, Brunswick, Alexanderstan. No, it's not what happened. Anyway, lore time, because we are back. So, on the subject of lore, welcome Brigador. Operations Manual, General. Note: everything within the perimeter walls is destructible. In freelance mode, any level can be completed through any of the 3... Okay, fine. Whatever. This is actually just tutorial. Empty ammo depots do not explode. Good to know. Vehicle Manual. Yep, Weapons Manual. Yep, very good. Now, I think this should be lore proper, if I'm not mistaken. Brigador Contract 1. This Brigador Action Agreement, the agreement, is made and entered into this redacted day of redacted, by and between the Solo Nobre Concern, aka SNC, an redacted company, hereinafter called Company, and redacted, hereinafter called Contractor. Whereas Company desires to retain Contractor to develop and deliver to Company the access for assault and seizure of Solo Nobre, the asset, and whereas Contractor desires to develop the asset on the terms and conditions set forth herein. Now, therefore, the parties hereto do hereby mutually agree as follows. Article 1, Term of Contract. 1.01. This agreement will become effective immediately, and will continue in effect until the services provided for under this agreement have been performed to company satisfaction, or until otherwise terminated as provided in this agreement. 1.02. Should contractor breach any terms of agreement, company will perforce terminate contractor agreement. Contractor person, and any such individuals deemed by the company a liability to the assets, secrecy, and or concerns of the company or the agreement. Article 2. Services to be performed by contractor. 2.01. Contractor agrees to provide at minimum access to the company of secured access points, quote-unquote zones, for ground action in all asset districts, via destruction of orbital defense array, municipal infrastructure providing power or munitions to said arrays, and or local defense forces securing and manning said defense arrays. All zones are to be delivered by noon the day following acceptance of the agreement, the deadline. BGM tad loud, you say. Well, let us address that. We'll set that down to 2. Now, 2.02. Contractor will determine the method, details, and means of performing the services described in Section 2.01. Company may specify only the results desired in regard to the specified services. 2.03. Contractor may, at contractor's own expense, employ any assistance contractor deems necessary to perform the services required of contractor by this agreement. Company may control, direct, supervise, or terminate contractor's assistants or employees in the performance of those services should contractor breach this article. Article 3. Compensation. 3.01. In consideration of the services to be performed by contractor, company agrees to pay contractor the sum of redacted. The sum. 3.02. For services rendered under this agreement, company agrees to pay contractor the sum on completion of agreement following company's successful seizure of the asset and pursuant contractor survival for a minimum of 2 Novo Solo weeks. The interval. 3.03. Should contractor cease life functions during interval, no amount of sum or any restitution will be paid to heirs or next of kin. In the case that heirs or next of kin should pursue action to acquire sum, company may seek to dissuade or terminate said heirs or next of kin. Article 4. Obligations of contractor. 4.01. Contractor will supply all tools, equipment, instruments, supplies, and other materials required to perform the services under this agreement outside of initial supply drop provided by company to contractor specifications unless contractor fails to provide said specifications in time for deployment, once agreement becomes actionable. 4.02. Contractor acknowledges that time is of the essence of this agreement, and that contractor's best efforts must be utilized to completely liberate all zones within the allotted time. 4.03. Neither this agreement nor any duties or obligations under this agreement may be assigned by contractor without the prior written consent of company. How's that so far, everyone? Also, a bit of anti-ASMR is about to happen. Just give me a sec to blow my nose. Now then. Hold on. Acquisitions, intel, lore. Aha, double-clicking is the way to go. Continued Brigador Contract, Part 2. Article 5. Obligations of Company. Company agrees to assume no liability for any contractor actions, damages inflicted by contractor, or damages inflicted upon contractor, both physical and emotional, in pursuing the agreement. Company will comply with all reasonable quests. Also, see ya, Zelix. Sorry you have to take off. But anyway. 5.02. Company will comply with all reasonable requests of contractor necessary to the performance of contractor's duties under this agreement, levied prior to contractor deployment. 5.03. Company agrees to sever all contact with and deny all knowledge of contractor pursuant contractor engaging in actions identifiable in any way as being in connection with the company. 5.04. Once sum is delivered following successful liberation of zones and survival of interval, company will erase all outwardly accessible record of transactions or knowledge related to agreement. Article 6. Copyright. 6.01. All results and the proceeds of contractor's work hereunder including without limitation the asset, and any revisions, amendments, modifications, translations, alterations, and enhancements, and sequels thereto, and derivative works therefrom, whether produced by contractor or a third party and regardless of form, including without limitation, all materials produced by contractor in fulfillment of its obligations hereunder, including but not limited to reports, memoranda, drawings, documentation, and models, shall be deemed to be a work made for hire for company, within the meaning of the copyright laws of the redacted, or any similar analogous law or statute of any other jurisdiction, and accordingly, company shall be the owner throughout the galaxy. Without limiting, contractor hereby assigns all right, title, and interest in and to the asset and all of the foregoing furnished to company hereunder, whether copyrighted or not. Contractor shall assist company and its nominees in every proper way to secure, maintain, and defend for company's own benefit copyrights, extensions, and renewals thereof, and on any and all such materials. Article 7. Termination of Agreement. 7.01. The company may terminate this agreement on the occurrence of any of the following events. 1. Inaction of contractor. 2. Breach of agreement by contractor. 3. Death or dissolution of contractor. 4. Assignment of this agreement by contractor without the consent of company. 5. Public knowledge of contractor. 7. Ooh, that's a cheeky one. That's especially cheeky. Oh no, wait, never mind. That was already mentioned elsewhere. Anyway, 7.02. If contractor defaults in the performance of this agreement or materially breaches any of its provisions, company, at company's option, may serve written notice and or death to contractor, if contractor fails to cure such default immediately. For the purposes of this section, material breach of this agreement shall include, but shall not be limited to, contractor's failure to provide the asset to company by the deadline. 7.03. If company defaults in the performance of this agreement or materially breaches any of its provisions, contractor, at contractor's option, may serve verbal or transmitted written notice to company, and if company fails to cure such default within 5 days, contractor may terminate this agreement. However, termination of agreement, even in event of agreement completion by contractor, guarantees that no sum or portion of sum shall be paid out to contractor or contractor benefactors in case of contractor death or dissolution. 7.04. In the event of termination of this agreement by either party for a breach as provided herein, no parties shall have remedies available to it at law and in equity. Whispering more. I mean, what I can do is I can turn down how loud my volume is. There. We'll go with that much for now. We plow on. Article 8. Contractors' warranties and indemnifications. 8.01. Contractor represents and warrants to company that 1. With respect to the asset which contractor will deliver to company in performance of this agreement, contractor warrants that it has no right to make and disclose thereof without liability to any third party. 2. Contractor has not sold, assigned, leased, licensed, or in any way other disposed of or encumbered the asset in whole or in part to any party other than company. 3. The performance of the terms of this agreement and the performance of contractor's duties hereunder may breach any separate agreement by which contractor is bound, or violate or infringe any rights of any third party. And so long as this agreement remains in effect, contractor may commit any acts consistent with pursuing this agreement and will not be liable via the company for any governmental, civic, or court-martial suits or war crimes. 4. There are no, and there will not be, any liens, claims, or encumbrances against the asset which would derogate from or be inconsistent with any of company's proprietary rights with respect thereto. 5. Contractor represents and warrants that it is, and at all times during the term of this agreement, will be the holder of all consents necessary for it to perform its obligations hereunder. And 6. In the event there are any litigation or other claim pending or threatening, or a fact which may be the basis of any claim against the asset or contractor, the contractor may take any action which would prevent interference with the rights of company under this agreement. 8.02. Contractor will indemnify and hold company free and harmless from any obligations, costs, claims, judgments, attorney's fees, undertaker's fees, mortician's fees, and attachments arising from, growing out of, or in any way connected with the services rendered to company under this agreement. 8.03. 8.03. The representations, warranties, and indemnification rights set forth in the agreement shall survive execution of this agreement, the performance of the obligation of contractor hereunder, and cancellation or termination of this agreement. Brigador Contract Part 4. Article 9. General Provisions. 9.01. Any notice required under this agreement to be served upon company shall be delivered verbally or in writing, and shall be deemed effective when served personally or directly transmitted and recorded. Any mailed or transmitted notice to the company that is intercepted or witnessed by an outside party shall be grounds for termination of contractor or persons acting at contractor's behest. 9.02. This agreement supersedes any and all agreements, both oral and written, between the parties with respect to the rendering of services by contractor for company, and contains all of the covenants and agreements between the parties with respect to the rendering of these services in any manner whatsoever. Each party acknowledges that no representations, inducements, promises, or agreements, written or oral, have been made by either party, or by anyone acting on behalf of either party, that are not embodied in this agreement. No modification of this agreement will be allowable. Contractor shall be deemed to have the status of an independent contractor, and nothing in this agreement shall be deemed to place the parties in the relationship of employer-employee, principal and agent, partners, or joint venturers. Contractor shall be responsible for any withholding taxes, payroll taxes, disability insurance payments, unemployment taxes, and other similar taxes or charges on the payments received by contractor hereunder. Company shall have no responsibility or liability of any kind to any subcontractors providing services to or for the benefit of contractor. 9.04. If contractor dies or is dissolved prior to completion of this agreement, any monies that were to be due to contractor from company for services rendered prior to the date of death or dissolution shall not be paid in any portion to contractor's executors, administrators, heirs, personal representatives, successors, or assigns. The company accepts contractor death or dissolution as being in breach of the agreement. 9.05. If any action at law or in equity, including an action for declaratory relief, is brought to enforce or interpret the provisions of this agreement, the contractor will be held responsible for deflecting any court investigation in addition to rendering any other relief to which the company may be entitled. The attorney's fees may be set by the company in the same action or in a separate action brought for that purpose. This agreement may be executed in any number of counterparts, which together shall constitute the contract of the parties. In witness whereof, the parties have hereunto set their hands and seals the day and year first above written. Company, the Solo Nobre Concern, aka SNC, an redacted company. You know, it is thirsty work making a bit of a lore reading. I'm not exactly going to go too much deeper on the whisper, largely because my voice is already getting somewhat strained by continued talking. That said, what I'm currently drinking is basically a sort of propolis nectar, which is essentially like honey, but still more floral. Like, sort of before it fully becomes honey. I don't know. It's weird. Point is, it's largely pollen. And it's a sort of syrup that I dilute in water, and it actually helps pretty well for, just, you know, helping to ease the strain on the vocal cords. That said, there is still a bit of a, well, strain that I have on the vocal cords just due to prolonged speaking, but we will plow on. And go into the faction lore. Starting with the Loyalists. It's not easy to reduce the civilian militia population of Solo Nobre to one category. This is what you have to remember. For all the high-flown rhetoric about a hateful rebellion fought and won by insurgent anarchist forces that the rest of us have heard over and over again, most loyalists are regular people, or more likely, the descendants of regular people, who didn't want to stay down when the company stooges told them to lie there and take it. I've been down here for a while, and I've noticed there's a strange smile that people here give each other. They do it over everyday things, like the native colonial hybrid fruit at the black market Marciero. Or would you pronounce it Merchero? And they do it to express an understanding. This is awful, they're saying. But it's better than it used to be. There are two things that changed when Great Leader took power. First, water got a lot cheaper. Second, the incidence of murders, aggravated assaults, sexual violence, and starvation all dropped by about 1,000,000%. The Loyalists knew to salute Great Leader when his picture passed by in a parade, sure. But it's really that reminder of hydration and nutrition, and not suddenly dying, that they're loyal to. And that's exactly what they're fighting to keep. Signed, MB. The Corvids. Something anarcho-syndicalism. Don't ask me. I just joined up. I'm still learning the secret handshakes and how not to fall asleep during the meetings. Councils. They call them councils. And I have them all the time. Anyway, Corvids had a lot to be unhappy about under Great Leader. And they've got a lot of very disillusioned veterans of the NEP with particularly acute grievances. They know he's saved our city several times. Made it what it is. But Corvids know that's the trouble with a dictator. They never want to step down voluntarily. This thing with the SNC means Corvids see their one real shot at making sure that Solo Nobre is for everyone again. It can't only be for active duty NEP soldiers, and everyone else in yellow raincoats. Staying alive just isn't good enough anymore. Signed, MB. The Spacers. A close friend once told me, Spacers' blood is so blue, it froze decades ago. As much as I want to take credit for that little turn of phrase, it's so perfect that I can't. Spacers are the elite, the part of society that walled itself off in tiny communities until even that got too close to being human for their comfort. Now the closest any of them get to an Earth-like planet is getting sent to one for boarding school and puberty, so their organs don't implode whenever they enter a gravity well as an adult. The planets that you and I spend our lives on are only interesting to them for the resources and capital they can extract to keep their cyclopean ships and luxury economies running. As advanced as they are, and they are very, very advanced, they still need to dock every few months of subjective time in order to keep the party going. That's why any Brigador worth their salt, that is, any that are still alive, knows to sharpen up and get serious when the red paint turns up on the screens. If you think you'd like the good life, the Spacers have never known anything else, and they are not planning on stopping anytime soon, no matter who gets in their way. Signed, MB. Yes. Closer to the mic he wants it. Fillet the fucking windscreen I put onto this microphone. Sure, why not? More sippy. Let's move on to locations before technical intel. Locations. Letterard. Sleepy District in the process of considerable restructuring. Letterard is one of the last districts to get the full Great Leader military makeover. Several sectors have no ammo depots, and there's only a handful of orbital guns, partly because there are fewer strategic assets overall. Otherwise, it's a fairly mixed-use, urban-suburban district with some farmland, much of it gone to seed. Are you seriously going to let rookie Brigadors loose there when this whole thing goes down? Signed, MB. Villa Agrata Luxury Resort. One of the rare places that didn't get demolished or restructured when Great Leader took over. Who's this? I mean, you can start watching now. I'm doing a bit of lore reading. Clawstalker, nice to have you. It depends. I'll either read this entire section out, or I will limit myself to only reading the locations index, and once that is done, I think I'll do a bit more gameplay. So then, once more, the Villa Agrata Luxury Resort. One of the rare places that didn't get demolished or restructured when Great Leader took over. A luxury resort equipped with a golf course. Exactly the kind his revolutionaries loved to smash apart. The spaceports saw some action back then, when the concern was withdrawing their upper echelon. They paid for those beautiful, wide-open views. The Apparatchis couldn't stop the hail of rockets aimed right at their private spacecraft. The resort's still there, in its full pre-revolution glory, with minor repairs to maintain structural integrity. Some of the buildings were selected to be open to the public, acting as a war remnants museum, chronicling the crimes of the SNC. The rest are reserved for first families and officials who graduated from outer core residentials. Yeah, the irony was lost on them. It's a quiet place. Lay down on the grass and look towards the skies, where the guns are aiming, and enjoy the silence. It won't last much longer. Signed, MB. Lenoy. Ah, Lenoy. Nobody loves you like I do. Well, no, that would be a lie. Everyone loves Lenoy. Even Great Leader was rumored to spend time there, in the most exclusive of the clubs. I heard every tall tale you can tell about a sitting Great Leader, and they all started or ended in Lenoy. Funny how nobody I ever met ran into him directly. They were all friends of friends or siblings-in-law who were valets at the hottest spots in town. Frankly, he never seemed like a trend chaser to me. On the other hand, I ended up as night manager for one of the less respectable establishments there. All the girls loved me, and they all wanted to get in my pants. Better days. It's not all tight bodies and cheap meat, though. If Great Leader really did grace Lenoy, then he got mugged a hell of a lot less than I did. Take... home pay only counts, or... a lot less than I did. Take-home pay only counts if you can get it there in one piece. Now I make a fraction of what I used to. But my wallet's doing a lot better. Go figure. Signed, MB. The Deads. The residents of Solo Nobre have a black sense of humor that nearly puts our own to shame. According to administrative records, the districts known as the Deads date back to the original settlement of Solo Nobre. We suspect that most of the colonists headed to the original destination of the founders either died en route or burned up on re-entry. Judging from the name of this venerable collection of prefab districts, now revitalized by what passes for arts on Novo Solo, the founders' survival was as much of a surprise to them as it was to us. Signed, NPCC. The Murbeka Quarter. Lol, yeah, the... Okay. This one's gonna take some parsing. Never mind. I'm not trying. Zucker's Scrap. Motivated travelers will appreciate the upcycled and innovative surroundings of Zucker's Scrap. Or Scarp. Ah, says Farron. Welcome, Farron. How you doing? We're humoring WNH1 right now and reading out some lore in a soft, dulcet tone. Zucker's Scarp. Motivated travelers will appreciate the upcycled and innovative surroundings of Zucker's Scarp. Dating back to the original settlements of the founders, many of those colonial-era structures are still in use today. If you're there on a market day, pay attention to the local delicacies, many of which are impossible to find outside Solo Nobre. Be sure to bring some identification to sign in to the bathrooms, and move onward to our next stop. A pocket guide to Solo Nobre, found in St. Martin's Cargo Spaceport. Gift shop, defunct, remainders bin. Yes, indeed, hello. The Southern Reach. I like the Southern Reach. I know there's not a whole lot to do, and every little tail to chase, and very little tail to chase. But with the right eyes, you can see it's a pretty major cross-section of Solo Nobre. Exeter is a major railway hub that still manages to have one of the better-known necropolis statuary sites in the city. Orique is boring, but a good place to grow up. Some of the best maintained state housing in the city, and the security checkpoints to keep it that way. Calvo Farm still has a lot of that colonial-era flavor. Real podunk stuff. And Enos is great, if you know what you're looking at. A district like you had during the Troubles, gone to seed, now slowly coming back to life as a logistics hub. But Soto really cracks me up. Country clubs and opulence, next to migrant worker housing and clogged up suburbia, all crammed together with a tidy little downtown. It's a wonder you haven't had any riots in Soto. You wouldn't even have to march that very far to take it right to the bastards' front doors. And the spaceport? I have it on good authority, Soto's spaceport never really closed. You got those little spacer needle ships painted black coming at night every couple of weeks or so, carrying something that got put in an unmarked truck and went straight to the country club. Drugs? Maybe some kind of extra special off-world trim? Whatever it is, it's expensive, and it got in with the approval of Great Leader. Signed, MB. Linschoten. Maybe you're old enough to remember why every colony in Sync Range has a Linschoten. I've heard that spacers even have their own Linschoten. But who knows what they use it for? Solo Nobre's take on the subject is traditional, respectful. It's a small, tasteful district, mostly used for farmland and a necropolis or two. The people here are nice, relatively speaking, almost quaint. They're too young to really remember. Almost nobody is as old as me these days, and I'm not eager to remind them. The way this planet's going, Great Leader or no, they won't have the attention to spare soon enough. better to enjoy this while it lasts. Signed, EMB. "56-C. You'd be forgiven for thinking that this humorless designation implies that 56-C is newer or less shoddy than the rest of Solo Nobre. It's a natural conclusion, but still wrong. The fact is that up until a decade or two ago, the area was too hard to live in, too far from supply centers when the SNC were still here, and too close to the waste treatment and upcycling facilities during the early Great Leader years. Now, it's not much more than a crowded lot that would be vacant if it weren't filled with sewers and shantytowns, with one notable exception. One day, a strong wind will blow it all away. Signed, MB. Haskins Port. I came into Haskins Port. I'd had just left a bad job and a marriage, and I was drifting, hoping that time and distance would make the separation less painful. But there it was, waiting for me, right next to the neon-lit gift shop where I got off the freight ship. In the stiffness in my back and in the grit of my teeth, Corvids didn't exist as a formal affiliation back then. They were little more than gang colors, but even my dulled and lazy senses noticed the bright blue clothes against the dun, dusty walls. I bought one a drink and started asking questions. According to the drunk with blue paint under his nails, something big had happened nearby. I couldn't get him to tell me, and I never found out the details. But there were more legless pilots walking around than I had ever seen before or since. I kept an eye out over the next few days while I went about my business, but I don't think they ever found what they were looking for. Must have been important, because I hear they started looking again. Their interest outlasted the spaceport. All the spaceports. Signed, MB. Evora Estates. We don't have much on the old Solo Nobre. Frontier outpost of the Founders. Nobody seems keen on writing down who said what or posing for pictures with flags and handshakes, when one of the main colony ships barely makes it down in one piece. We know before the walls went up. They spent their days hacking strangler root off tents and their nights on watch for revoltingly large amphicyonids. Amphicyonids. Pure, wide-eyed existential terror. Long nights under sky filled with constellations yet to be named. We know that life was so hard for a while, so remote and brutal, that the most important thing to the colonists were the names of the saints, and what they sacrificed in order to get them there, safe. I walked all the major necropolis tours. You can ask the Founders for more detail, but all those statues do is stare, eyes upraised to that unknown heaven. What was the question? Signed, NB. Vorobe Necropolis. Almost every Nobrian necropolis is a somber picture. Miles of evergreen, well-kept lawns surrounding fields of monuments to the dead. Unlike many off-world memorial districts, Solo Nobres are made of traditional materials. Stone, mostly, quiet, human or other remains, and dust. Oh, I know. Okay, I understand how to read this. Solo Nobres are made of traditional materials. Stone, mostly. Quiet. Human or other remains. And dust. NB. Early colonists were surprised and pleased to find easily accessible alluvial rock deposits on Novo Solo. Makes for good foundations and hardy gravestones, and a healthy funereal economy. All of which is what makes Verobe such a surprise. Mostly overgrown, with native ivy twining between and over SNC-approved engravings, and Great Leader statuary. It's a high-traffic district for a necropolis. This is for two reasons. One, it was one of the earliest, despite how small it is, so almost everyone has a relative in Verobe. Two, once the necropolis sprawled enough to encounter the flowering offshoots of the ivy, or perhaps a grass-like symbiont, the workers discovered that the flowers were narcotic. The rumor quickly spread, and soon there were petty wars over spots on the ground-clearing team, and the development contract itself. Never one to worry over much about its citizens, the SNC dealt with the matter by declaring all further development of Verobe halted, and the district itself off-limits to all except relatives, which worked to stop the immediate productivity loss, but created a healthy community of mourners, who spent almost all their free time parked at Verobe, wandering the fields and engaging in chemically assisted contemplation of mortality. Not a bad way to unwind, all things considered. Signed, MB. Time for another sippy. Cuatro Santos. One of the oldest districts in the city, Cuatro Santos foundations were laid in the early years of colonization. With the exception of the necropolis, many of the colonial-era buildings have been demolished and rebuilt according to Great Leader's new development plans, some of which never quite came to fruition after the Troubles. Space constraints and an unruly populace led the urban planners to design a highly compact, nearly entirely self-containing district. Its geographical location, however, led to Cuatro Santos becoming a sanctuary for Corvid insurgents during the Troubles, owing to its distance from the NEP. Many Corvids from that era became key community figures and defend the area's culture and remaining buildings with zeal. Today, the district is one of the few where both the NEP and the Corvids coexist, living uneasily in tight quarters, exchanging pleasantries over metaphorical weapon sites. One wrong move and everything will disappear in a very real hail of cannon fire. Signed, Effie. Central. Great Leader's Inner Sanctum. The Eye of the Storm. Big commercial stuff, financial districts, etc. are all in the outer ring, but that's not Central. Despite what you hear from big talkers who say they're from Central, no. Those are outer core districts. Inside, the outer core is another even higher security donut. Solid kilometers of road and nothing else from gate to gate. No cover, no concealment, just floodlights. And watchtowers. Looks like you're approaching a prison. So even if you made it through the previous sectors, they've got more than enough time to light you up before you can so much as bleed on one of the district gates to Central. Central is kind of a letdown after all the televids set there that are actually shot in the outer core. It's not that big, and ringed by the most orbital guns and sentry guns per square inch in the entire city. Central is where the War Council meets Great Leader. Other important ministries and other essential governmental functions happen there. Almost all the bigwigs commute daily from the outer core, despite it being a massive pain in the ass. Because most people don't actually like being in Central. It's too locked down. All grim, brutalist concrete bunkers. There's Great Leader, some custodial staff, and a few of the older members of the War Council and founder colonist families. That's who actually lives in Central. I hear it's quiet. Kind of sleepy there, in the long shadows of the guns. Signed, MB. And I'm gonna pronounce this one as A Show. Not many know to ask about A Show. A few decades ago, you wouldn't even be able to read this. Before the reign of Great Leader, A Show didn't officially exist. If you ask around, like I did once, doors slam shut and old women glare at you from across the street. Strange men follow you into blind corners, and dogs give you the side-eye while they crap. So it still doesn't officially exist. But people talk. If you sit down quietly, in the right place, and don't ask too many questions. Solo Nobre is one of the only colonial, extraterritorial cities I know of with an illegal immigration problem. Not the only one. That's a story for later, though. But certainly the most well-known. I don't know when A Show was founded. I doubt anyone knows who's still alive. But I do know one thing. A Show meant competition. It was, and perhaps still is, a rival, a jealous sister city to Solo Nobre, but founded under a less liberated charter in the name of efficiency. Under cover of the long night, some of those workers, you certainly couldn't legally call them people, stole into Solo Nobre and found whatever living they could. Some of them set up food stands in the Outer Dead. Mostly, they moved directly into the nearest necropolis. I think, either way, they were happier. It might still be out there. Great Leader didn't want anyone to find out. I doubt the SNC would either. I dream about it sometimes. I'll let you know. Signed, MB. Trashed file recovered from automatic backup. And there we go, that's it for lore on locations, factions, the Brigador contract. I could read some lore on technical intel and Solo Nobre itself. And I'm semi-tempted to, honestly. Or should I save that for another time, as it is approaching 10:30. 10:30, and maybe, just maybe, I'd like to get another battle in. So what say you, chat? I need a vote from you. I need you to tell me, are we doing more of this, the reading of the lore, or are we going to do something a bit more action-packed? Let me know, chat. Say it loud and say it proud. I'll be having a sip in the meantime. I've got one for Action Nerd. One vote for Action Nerd rather than Story Nerd. Come on, WNH1. You gotta wake up if you want me to do more Story Nerd. Can't be sleeping while there's a vote afoot. Don't worry though, I might just Biden it anyway. And vote in my own favor. But anyway. Come on, chat. Where are those votes at? You gotta let me know, chat, where the vote's at. I'm not seeing a whole lot of voting there. Will we be able to swing this election based off of the vote of one all-dog? That's 2 votes for combat so far. If I can get a third, I would call it majority. And so far I hear no protestation from anybody else. Well, that's one for the read. No, it won't be Dr. Seuss. Not tonight. And we have 3 for combat, and that is majority in my book. In that case, let's turn the volume back up on the music. Let's turn the volume back up on the me. The volume back up on the me, as a matter of fact, can go up to there. And we are getting ready for some combat action. So then, freelance campaign. Well, first off, we've got something to do here, folks. We've got a bit of a purchasing operation. I don't know what any of these guys look like. I'm half tempted to just purchase Precursor James. Because max difficulty level sounds hilarious. Okay, so Fang, what we were doing up until now is, I was just reading out the lore. Doing a bit of ASMR to keep WNH1 here placated. And now we have a choice ahead of us. Johnny Five Aces sounds like a great name. You know what? We're doing it. We're buying Precursor James. Why can't I? Alright, I have to go into acquisitions first. There we go. L'Inconnu de Solo Nobre. And he has a bit of a lore snippet, so we'll read it. Now then. Few loyalists would even merit my attention if I were not charged with this task. But the Precursor is the one man of which no one will speak. My sources usually helpful to the point of supplication when I offer the removal of some tawdry boil, defect, or cancer from their dense and abhorrently muscled bodies are completely unhelpful. Their atavistic stubbornness is a source of great vexation for me. I will find this man, if he even exists. His very name causes men to bring all they have to bear to their defense. Such a terrifying warrior would make for a fine asset indeed. And while we're still in acquisitions, a vehicle. We need a vehicle. People want the suicide buggy, but I'm not feeling suicide buggy. I'm half tempted to just roll out in the Toro. And honestly, I think I will. The Toro is a pretty good all-rounder. I'm looking at the stats right now. Who has the best? 2, 3, 1, 3, 5, 4. 2, 2, 1, 2, 4. Vehicle payout is 1.5 on him as well. Max turn speed is a bit faster, but chassis rotation isn't quite as good. No, it's still as good. Just doesn't do quite as much melee damage. I think I'll pick the Bushmaster, or the Buckmaster. Sorry. Doesn't tell me what the main and small versus main and turret. Yeah, we'll roll with the Buckmaster. Buckmaster looks cool. Now for equipment. And we'll go over the lore for all of these later, because there's more lore to read. So, definitely plenty of things we can do there. Now then, smoke projectors are cool. EMP grenades are better. Audio kinetic pulses are pretty savage. Let's do audio kinetic pulses. Now, because my vehicle has a main and small mount, we have an Abbott 105mm high explosive cannon. And I mean, a 105 is pretty good. 88mm, 40mm, 14mm chain gun, 200mm siege mortar, a rocket pod. Thunderclap laser. Railgun. Well, it's gotta be railgun. I mean, come on, guys. Railgun. And now for a small weapon. Nope, that's turret. Small, we have the Faker. It's a mortar. I don't want mortars. Recoilless rifle. 84mm Sabo. Bone saw, machine gun, pinch, rocket. 4-megawatt acoustic laser. Irradiator. Well, let's try the Black Hand Irradiator. And operations. We have Random District and Orientation. And we don't have the money for these. 39 districts. So I think for districts we're fine. We're fine on the districts for now. And so we will charge forth into the fray with this fellow in the Buckmaster. Primary weapon being the Zeus. Although the Abbot's also pretty cool. With the secondary weapon known as the Black Hand. With a decent rate of fire, it seems. Short range, flat arc. We're going ammo low here, folks. We don't have a lot. I should probably have a good machine gun instead. But we'll try out the Black Hand. For our special, it is the Audiokinetic Pulse. And for our operation, Orientation. Destroying all power substations while... Well, okay. Whatever. Oh my. Ah, he killed him. He killed his buddy. That's funny. Alright, we're giving people super cancer, boys. Super cancer for everybody. My, it's actually a bit difficult to control this mech, not gonna lie. Oh boy, it's just a radiation gun. I love it. Uh-oh. That was a bit close for comfort. Yeah, she don't do such a good job of, damaging the buildings, though. Anyway, this ought to stir up some trouble. Hopefully. We're doing a bit poorly on health, not gonna lie, not gonna lie. Oh my, we're going to die. Very good. Alright, so, low weaponry, fast speed. Ooh. Now it's nighttime. Okay, but just die though. die when I ask you. Really? We're gonna have this kind of trouble with it? Fine then. At least we can get rid of the small things quite easily. I see you. I know you're there. You can't hide from me. Cool. Now that we've got their attention. Okay, that's fine. They nearly raised the alarm, but that's okay. Ah, goddammit. The bomb went off beside me. Oh well. This is fine. Just doing a sweep. Making sure that my interests are, you know, well taken care of. And the one good thing about dealing with spacers, not a whole lot of armor. Altogether too much shield, though. Too much shield. Uh-oh. That wasn't supposed to happen that way. Right, and so we are good on action. Uh-oh. That's gonna be ending poorly, probably. Never mind. Nothing ends poorly. Nothing ends poorly in the British Empire. Ah, thank you. Ah, fuck. Okay, cool. I did manage to unfuck myself, however, which is good. And somehow railguns are considered energy weapons. I don't know why. Beautiful. Now then. Oh, I forgot. Those don't explode when they're out of ammunition. So that was completely unnecessary. Anyways, we're just gonna wreck this farming district, you know? Okay, cool. So far, so good. Uh-oh. My god, just, like... It refuses to get hit by the thing I want to get hit by. Jesus Christ. I don't know why I have so much trouble hitting those things with direct fire weapons. But we'll try again. This time from another angle. Well, I'm good at aiming or something, clearly. This is fine. Absolutely okay. Right, I forgot I have the sonic boom weapon. Oh, great. I love running into suicide bombers. Suicide bombers are always a great fun time. Damn it. Come on, die of super cancer already. Thank you. Okay, that's cool. Okay, cool. We unfucked ourselves. We have unfucked ourselves from our dire health situation. Damn it. Those things are so annoying. Okay. Christ's sakes. Ah, those stupid towers. But we gotta keep trying. Come on. Okay. Whoops. Alright, we got him. We got him. Damn it! I had a direct shot on the fucking torpedo and it didn't die. Come on. Oh boy. Anyway. Oh, that was a torpedo, not a mech. That's great. Right, we're off to a great, fantastic start. Yeah, okay, cool, that didn't hit. That didn't have to hit or anything. You're shitting me right now. That's a great thing to run into off the bat. That's cool. Turns out going max difficulty pilot is, it's hard. Who knew? Don't worry, we're gonna have this. It's gonna be fine. Yep, this is good. Oh, that's great. That's a Leviathan. Well, that was terrifying. Alright, we're getting it done. We're getting it done. We're going to destroy the substation facility first. If I can just get through this entire area. Good. That takes care of power. Okay, okay. We've got the means to keep ourselves alive. Now then. We need to find a place to rearm our weapons, because we are rapidly running out of the means with which to engage in appropriate and persistent warfare. Uh-oh, that was a bad move. Okay, cool. Damn it. Okay, cool. We got out of there. We got out of there, but we somehow still love missing troops with our main gun. Okay, right then. Okay, good. We do have access to some. Damn it. Hold on. Let's make a nuclear oven for these boys right here. Just a little bit more. Cool. He figured his shit out and got properly stomped for it. Okay. Now, to address chat a little bit. I see Numadon has slid in, and, yes, I am continuing to be smashing as always. And I've chosen a chicken walker because, of course. And there's stompy noises. And explodey noises, as a matter of fact, but I don't know if there's anyone to hear my explodey noise. Ah, hello there. You are the exact ammo facility I was looking for. Beautiful. Gotta stomp to get our way through to the other side. You can stay quiet forever. Okay, you roll in because you're a bowling ball. Yes, I get it. In a matter of speaking, I am a bowling ball myself. Now, Captain, Structures, and Depots. We are nearly at mission completion. I think most of our enemy is going to be found here, in this direction. Well, that's one way to get everyone's attention. And here's a way to get yourself more shields quickly. Well, he'll die of mega cancer. That's fine. Pa-pow. Garrison's getting brought down to acceptable levels, hopefully. We got all the captains. There's still enemies on this map, and that offends me. Where's the final depot, though? Final depot is to the north. Now I'm literally hunting soldiers down and slaughtering them. Oh, you survived a radiation burst. Well done. Whatever, you get sonic boomed. And, is there anything else I want to do? Not terribly much, as per se, but, you know. Grain silos I will do my best in order to destroy. But honestly, I think it is time to head for an exit. And just get me back onto paved ground so I can walk faster. Because that's an entire district destroyed. Alright, and since we have completed Ranchos Velos, now there's just Estrella Verde spaceport, and we can extract. Oh, ammunition carries over to next mission! Oh, I see how it is. Well, at least I got him. Okay, like, seriously though? That's the way it had to do? We might be in a bit of a pickle. A little bit of a pickle indeed. Because I suddenly need to be on the lookout for ammunition dumps. Well, teach me to be a bit of a fool, I guess. I'll just die. This is fine. Total of 165,000? Nah. We're doing this again from the start. I keep forgetting that Sonic Boom exists. As an option. Great. Okay, losing a bit too much health off the start there, but that's okay. Damn it, I was really hoping to get this guy. Okay. We'll get there, though. We will get there. I don't like this guy. Damn it. Ugh. Calling too much attention to myself. Let's try again. Right. Don't explode that thing right off the start. Oh my god. It just cannot die to the radiation, can it? Does that call the attention of anybody in particular? I wonder if that actually exploded on me, or did I kill it? It probably did both. I'm not quite sure, honestly. Well, we don't have any need for machine gun ammo. I probably walked into that rather than walking the direction I wanted to, but that's okay. This is fine too. Now. Good, and now we have... Good. Now we have a bit more... what? Not sure. Oh my god. Oh yes, I don't have the ammunition that I need, so I can't exactly kill these enemies in the ways that I want. Ugh, come on. I sort of had to face tank that. It was a bit annoying, but whatever. This is going to make the next mission all that much more difficult. Fuck. God, I hate shooting these things. How? How are you still missing? Do I literally have to be pointed right at your stupid face? Oh my god. It couldn't even get hit by the radiation properly. Well then. It's not even so much about the being tired or anything. You stay the fuck away from me. There we go. That's actually a pretty decent shot to have. Oh, okay, that thing explodes. Stay away from me. Okay, good. We have our ammo junction, which is completely out of ammo now. Restocked on long rifle ammunition. Oh, that's where all of them were. Okay. Oh, this is great. This is actually fantastic. Da-da-da-da. Let's go, let's go. Damn it. Couldn't quite deal with them because all of them have shields. Oh, yes, very good. Yet another thing which is really weird to aim at. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. Whatever. Just stomp them. Stomping them is fine. Oh, that's great. That is fantastic. All right, cool. Damn it. I keep running into the terrorists. Okay, so I ran into the terrorists. I'm still not dead. This is fine. Oh, that's high explosive. I understand. Okay. All right. Does enough of the local citizenry have mega cancer? Oh. I'm so glad I'm right beside this station right now. Oh my god! No! Okay, I'm somehow alive. So, I'm alive, chat. How are you doing? I'm alive. I'm struggling to stay alive is sort of the way the day's been going, but that's okay, because so long as we stay alive, we're gonna be fine. Okay, how we doing? Okay, and the Numadon needed to relocate for work. Well, sorry to see you go, Nume. Glad you stopped in at least for the morning. Pity you're asleep or working when most of us are awake. Okay, most of the garrison is dealt with, but that doesn't mean all of the garrison is dealt with. Oh, that's pretty bad. Okay, but we can do this, and this mech can do it too. I have faith. I have absolute faith in the ability to actually get this mission done, and then of course we run into spacers. Woo. I would like to know how that missed. Okay. This is starting to get frustrating. Okay, fine, whatever. I didn't need that help. Anyway. We have a very important mission, which is the destruction of these things. Good, that deals with a lot of problems for us. Still does nothing for my aiming problem, or the fact that I have no shields and I'm probably gonna die. Oh, I'm so good. It's just such a good time. Oh, God. Right. Spacers are Satan. We don't like the spacers. We like these guys better, but not by much. Why? Why does it never hit? Okay. Okay, whatever, fine. Tiny suicide bomber cop. At least everything is dying now, as it should. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, again, it makes a lot of sense to me how I can, you know, hit a guy and it doesn't actually hit him, but okay. Whatever. This game's aiming sometimes is the most peaky bullshit, and this is one of those times. Yeah, see, it got him this time. Yeah, this is good. This is also good. This is also just absolutely perfect. Like, get hit, though. Thank you. Alright. There we are. We're getting the problem solved. The problem is getting solved. Let's take a sip, because I'm thirsty. And discover that I already finished drinking everything. So I don't have anything more to drink. And my throat gets to remain dry. Great. Great out of 10. I honestly hate it. I really do. Just like, please die though, thank you. Oh, we're out of the thing. That's good. Well... okay, good. We have Gauss cannon ammunition again. Please get me through to the other side. I need that ammunition, and I need it yesterday. Excellent. Let's attract some attention, then. No attention attracted. I guess I'm not attractive enough. That'll do. That'll do. Only one ammo? Fine. I'll take it. Brilliant. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, hello. Well, at least I'll have shields now going into this next engagement. Whatever. I guess I'll leave him alone or something. Ah, yes, I do have to go down this way, I'm pretty sure now. Yeah, this'll do. This will actually be pretty good. Very good. We're sneaking, guys. We're sneaking. We're sneaking around so that nobody notices we're stealing their fucking ammunition. I think it exploded on me. Oh, that's the whole Brumagard. I don't like that. Supremely not kosher. Why are they all stacked up there? No, get me out of the place, though. Oh, hello. None of this pleases me, okay. Well, now that they're all following me, what do I do now? I think I might want to flank one of the big battle barges. I think that might be my best course of action. Or just flank around, hope I catch them by the tail. If they holler, let them wail. Okay. Righto. We'll proceed like so. Okay. Somehow we managed to do that. No clue how. We'll take it. Wait, I don't actually have to use my gun on these. On these, I don't need my gun. My gun is not necessary here. Where it is necessary, however, is to destroy the other 4 structures, though. You are scary. You are the scariest. I'm going to use another sonic boom on you. I don't care. Holy shit. That terrified me. Okay, so that's one of the remaining structures. I still have apparently one over all the way on the other side. Oh my god. It's gonna be a bit of running, chat. Just a little bit of running. We'll use the sonic boom, though. Sonic boom makes us happy. So the Buckmaster is actually a pretty nice mech. I like the chassis. And it has a bit too much control. For a mech, it almost moves too fluidly. If this was Battletech, I'd have to call it a Locust, and I'm going to wait the 8 seconds in order to sonic boom this. I don't care. Good. Now we exit. We exit, we move on to the second mission, and, well, we pray. We also pray. At the sink, all day. So in order to finish off today, once I complete this mission, which I hope I'm going to be able to do... Oh! Well, thank you. Don't mind if I rearm. That didn't hit. Are you shitting me? Yeah, okay, that's excellent. So, I just stirred up the Hornet's Nest and I'm going to fucking die because neither of my shots were able to hit. So, rip me, I guess. Any health right now is good. You're shitting me. Oh my god. Whatever. I will accept the 179,000. I'm not going to retry this mission right now. It's just gonna make me mad. So instead... let's turn down Brigador one last time. Or at least the music. And... get right back into the swing of things with a lowered volume. And we'll take this one nice and casual. We'll go into the acquisitions page. We already read the blurb for this guy. And we'll read off all of the blurbs we currently have available. And that's where we're gonna call it, chat. So, without further ado, final sort of reading session for the night. Starting off with the Toro. Every year, General Bursov tries to get the Toro mothballed, and every year he gets laughed out of the War Council. The Toro's combat legacy is completely justified. Maintenance gets a bit messy with the successive upgrades to the combat jack and fire control systems on these things, but the chassis lasts forever, which is usually what the NEP is worried about. Only thing that wears out on this classic legs unit are the shoe pad. Oh, I get it. Only thing that wears out on this classic legs unit are the shoe pads. In other words, believe the stories about Nuat de Pedras Corosas. Signed, MB. The Buckmaster. A pure killing machine, nearly as heavily armed as a Toro, but much lower profile. Built for speed and stealth. Not the most expensive deployment program, but one of the longest running. Ruthless in elimination of redundancies and aggressively streamlined systems, which is rare in a loyalist design. Drivers love them. The responsiveness is what you'd expect from a light mech. But it's so much more than a fork. Recon battalions can't get enough of them. You pay the price on maintenance, though, since it's about as heavy of a stress as you can feasibly put on a fork chassis, without going full Corvid on it. Signed, MB. Tank, the Prowler. NEP Brass likes the heavy stuff, but once in a while the design bureau can slip past a real versatile design like the Prowler. The trick is to give it some kind of bullshit designation like Rapid Assault AFV, and then stuff as much power plant in while they're not looking. A nice low profile, operates well in urban environments. The Prowler balances speed and armament well. Open up the engine on a straightaway and the speed is there. Perfect for flanking, even if the boost is only for short bursts. Signed, MB. The Buckler. There are faster agravs out there. And there are more heavily armed agravs too. But very few can do so well as the Buckler can. Airframe has mercifully few retrofits on its service record. The Big Burham power plant keeps its big ass off the deck nicely. Mog-style indirect vision system keeps the pilot cocooned in titanium, sheathed in a blade of armor. Some pilots get a little panicky in there, but that's about the only thing you can say against it. It's got a long service life ahead of it. Signed, MB. I take it most of these MB quotes are through the vision of a infiltrating spy who managed to weasel his way into the local I guess citizenry. Spy on all the stuff. And now for equipment. Not much we need to go over here, but there's still some. The smoke projector. A pre-colonial tool for an ancient combat technique. The smoke projector fires in rapid succession 10 smoke canisters across a broad line to immediately disperse smoke screens on impact. Useful in establishing a firing line or breaking contact, as current variants include particulates to obscure both visual and infrared spectra. Signed, Effie. The audio-kinetic pulse. Generates a cone-shaped shockwave centered on the unit that ranges up to 80 feet before dissipating. Any targets within the blast zone can experience overpressure in excess of 70 kilopascals. Known to cause building collapse and involuntary dismemberment. The AKP must not be fired against structures rated beyond this threshold. Solo Nobre district walls, for example, as the shockwave will rebound against the emitter, often killing the operator. So don't fire it against the boundaries. It should also be noted that while developed and legally used for domestic demolition, usage of this device in combat is considered a war crime by most planetary governments. Small weapons, the Faker. Mortar, 170mm fragmentation. It's your standard heavy infantry mortar. Versatile with fragmentation rounds that can deal solid damage against both shielding and hull plating without being overly concerned about collateral damage. I mean, don't drop one of these on a habitation block and expect everything to be fine. But it's not going to shatter glass 5 blocks away either, unlike the Baleo. The Black Hand. The Black Hand is a gamma emitter, used almost exclusively by spacers. Fielding the weapon alone is sufficient for war crimes charges. But the few militaries with means to pursue action against the spacers are also the ones who employ them. Against an unshielded target, single ignitions can inflict third-degree burns and a guarantee of cancer at 100 yards. And within 50, you begin to see fourth-degree burns and spontaneous contracture. Exposure at 25 yards is a death sentence, even when protected behind several inches of armor plating. Liquefaction of the dermis and internal organs is common, and even if a target somehow survives exposure at that range, they are permanently incapacitated. Given the efficacy of hard shields against gamma emitters, I'm convinced the widespread deployment of this weapon by spacers serves a more psychological than directly combat-related role. The sound of its hissing crackle is enough to panic even seasoned soldiers. And from what I've seen of spacers in combat, particularly amongst their light mech spears, I suspect this weapon is also used as a form of counting coup. Regardless, I have seen the aftermath of its use firsthand. It is a cruel and terrible weapon. Signed, Effie. Turret. The Me Dios. My understanding is that this weapon not only predates the colonies, but space travel entirely. If that is the case, then it's a truly venerable design. And one, I'm told, will continue to serve for the foreseeable future. Ah, it's the Mod Deuce. It's the 50 cal. It's the Browning 50 cal. Auxiliary. Broiler. Laser. 12 megawatt discharge. Broiler. Also, yeah. Did I read this? Irradiator. 8 megawatt discharge. Black Hand. Good. Now. The Broiler. Laser. 12 megawatt discharge. It's a laser shotgun. Signed, MB. The Abbot. Cannon, 105mm high explosive. The venerable Abbot, pre-colony tech that hasn't changed in over a century. Sure, the munitions have evolved, and the exact metal composition might be a bit different now, but along with the Me Dios and the Koenig, this weapon is a perfect feat of engineering. Put 10,000 rounds through it, and your shots will still land just about where you aim. Age and reliability mean you can travel to just about any colonized world and find an Abbot perched off some vehicle or other. It's a steadfast weapon that's good in just about any situation. Signed, MB. The Zeus. Railgun, 25mm Sabo. By far the most popular Lorentz Force weapon to ever see field deployment. Each round is cased with a superconductor coil that is charged at the time of firing, creating an intense, localized magnetic field that confines the round to a micrometer-wide path in the barrel. The slugs exit at supersonic speeds and can pass through entire buildings with ease. Targets in the vicinity will also be hit by an intense shockwave requiring sensor systems to briefly recalibrate. The aptly named Zeus has a black mark in acquisitions, since its popularity with the War Council has led to unfavorable comparisons and countless pet projects getting canned before reaching prototyping. Heavy weapons. The Kraken. Chain gun. 90mm Beehive. The Kraken takes the principle of beehive rounds and applies it on a macro scale. Rather than packing thousands of millimeter-width flechettes into a single casing, Kraken rounds stack 8 depleted uranium rods into a sabot, set to a narrow dispersion. These simultaneous impacts inflict a tremendous shearing effect that can punch a hole in all but the hardiest of armor. This extremely high muzzle velocity and set of ultra-dense projectiles also grants the Kraken excellent penetrative power, second only to Lawrence Force munitions. While that velocity isn't sufficient to crack hard shields the way railgun slugs do, the weapon more than compensates through a much bigger or much higher rate of fire. Now, these don't actually have lore snippets in them. These just tell you what the operational parameters are. As to intel, well, we have one here, and it is the civilian. The yellow raincoat in Solo Nobre is considered as sacred as a waving white flag or a red cross. Many Nobrians will refuse to wear the color outright, either for fear of tempting fate or because of their own too recent memories from the last time the raincoats were worn. Yasmin Bartle, the Nobre kid, was even thrown out of her own title fight because of the flamboyant yellow robes she'd sported on the way in. It's one thing to casually wear yellow. It's another thing entirely to wear it while beating the snot out of someone. I'm not sure where the tradition began, but somewhere during the last century of conflict, the color became synonymous with non-combatants. There's various stories about who or what inspired it. Depending on who you ask, it's their great-grandmother dashing across lines the night of the Tuesday sprawl, child in hand. Or maybe some other forebear holed up in a crater. Regardless, for the last few decades, Central has been distributing the now ubiquitous yellow slicker with a flashlight on a necklace, the latter creating a very characteristic sway when worn that's recognizable for miles. If you see yellow in the streets, something terrible has happened. Signed, MB. And on that note, we finished reading all of the lore snippets we have until now, except one, but we'll save this guy for another time. And so, on that depressing note of yellow raincoats, I bid you all farewell. Thanks for sticking around. And until next time, when we see each other on a Brigador, Spacer, Loyalist, and Corvid-infested battlefield, I have been Smastian, and I wish you all a good day.